Morning, folks, and welcome to part one of this new, mostly fresh start build. We're going to be playing a Lightning Elementalist with the Corvin Storm Halberd, double Gaullus rings. So let's create a character. Hardcore. Need a name. That'll do. Actually, hold on. Yeah, it's too long of a name. Welcome in, Fishing Hat. So, hardcore, normal. Okay, start. Alright, I'm gonna check Grim Tools. I can never remember exactly where Hevel's Greatsword is because I have one in my stash, so I never actually have to farm it. But yeah, obviously it's in one of the houses, but which one? Alright, so it's the house that's probably it's one of the houses that's okay. So Francis is gone, and alright. So Hevel and Francis are basically neighbors. Good to know. Leveling with Primal Strike, and we'll use the Storm Halberd as well. So I want to see how the Vindictive Flame feels.
You're not looking to the body you.
Viley, welcome in. Copal, did I have a build for the Blade and Guardian through physical damage? I'm not exactly sure what you're asking for. Sorry, but hopefully we figure it out. What's up, Kibitz? Welcome in. Oh, we're not a sword and board build, so hey Susie, welcome in. Yeah, that was a build concept I was leveling before 1.3. This is probably that's probably multiple builds ago, but it's also the last build I was going to make with access to item assistance, so we're to be able to predict everything. So I haven't done a build command since I joined the playtest branch, just because my thought is if I don't have item assistant, we're gonna wing it a little bit anyway. So there's not much point. But yeah, we'll be using the Storm Halberd. We'll be going double Gallus and going regen. That much I can tell you. Everything else is kind of up in the air. It really depends on what we find. I was curious. DPS 66. And I changed this to Primal Strike. Primal Strike is actually less damage. It's kind of funny. And granted, obviously, it's cheat DPS, but still amusing. Still amusing. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66. 66 Oh yeah, Valx. Hang on, guys. I'm obviously this has some purples, but this is sort of an idea. I'm not counting on getting this stuff, so it's a little more questionable. But yeah, we got Valexteria's chest piece, Storm Halberd, Double Gallus, Iron Maiden Mantle, and then some legendaries and a conduit. Thing is, I think Lightning Cocktail is really good. Is really good on this build concept, so I might even try to get that conduit, as painful as it is for SSF. Exactly, Fishing Hat. No brain, just sit back, regen, let stuff die, occasionally hit stuff. All right, let's one point this as well. And 1 point Mog Pack 2. Hold on, let's all right, so yeah. We're not spamming Primal Strike yet. We won't if we have Cocktail, we won't spam it in endgame, but yeah, that's absolutely catching up on chat. Yeah, the conduit crafting is going to be extremely annoying. This might be a couple episodes longer than a standard SSF run because we are going to have to farm a bunch of bits and blooms for conduit crafting. Upside, we might get a slightly stronger build out of it and really demonstrate a bit more of the potential of what you can do SSF with a bit more patience. But we will see how it goes. Yeah. Also, just starting my cold brew. I poured it for myself a couple minutes before the stream started, so I'm going to be drinking a bit of coffee here and there. Wake myself up. We'll get all the Aether Crystals here. And once we kill Warden, we'll go right to Forgotten Gods for the Halberd. So that'll be a slightly... We'll probably level a bit slower because Forgotten Gods experience is hot garbage. But we'll get the Halberd, which we kind of need. Gambled 3 million at the Celestial Smith Viley. That is wild. But, hey, multiple combustion bans is something. I'm going to be a bit more conscientious about buying and selling stuff with the knowledge that we're going to be doing some crafting and the like. We might even farm Iron Maiden. That would be the craziest thing to do, but we'll see.
The dead attack a creature. I need some time to.
Alright, so we obviously don't have enough scrap, so let's... This guy's quest is going to give us scrap.
Greetings.
I'm still waiting for one of my scouts to report in.
Alright, we can, we have the Aether Crystals for Kasparov, we don't have the scrap. Okay. So yeah, let's push up a few rift gates, see if we can find some scrap and other stuff, do some quests. So yeah, we could do spam, but we're not going to. I'm not going to do Wind Devils yet because I don't really have anything to devotions to proc, but we will get Wind Devils sooner rather than later. We will see if we get lucky with some Slith necklaces for the Slith rings, good for early resistances. Of course, the way my luck usually works, we don't get that until Elite, and frankly, we're probably going to be rolling double Gallus by then. Yeah, if not double Gallus, we'll probably like a Cronley and a Gallus or something like that. Alright, we got one Slith necklace. We're going to turn off common items. Might as well take a... unless... Requires physique 100. Well... Alright, we'll throw this on then. How much iron I usually have for level for a fresh start? Usually about enough to craft Serenity and a couple of components. Nothing crazy. But I think we can do totems and stuff without the conduit and get a bunch of money for conduit crafting, so we should be okay. If I'm a bit more conscientious about picking up loot and selling it, then we'll have more. So Milton Helm gives us early Aether Res, which is usually good to have. So Milton is here. We have to go over here to find Jilius. Obviously take any Aether Crystals we can find. Up to 3 scrap now, so slowly making progress there. We'll have the scrap we need. It's just one of the early bottlenecks. Alright, let's kill some Slith. Alright, Foggy Banks, so let's kill the mob we need to kill first. Now, this is a level 12 Bloodsworn Scepter. That's actually kind of handy to have around. You almost never get drops that low level for the Bloodsworn stuff. Inventory full. It's not like we're missing out on actual good items, but still. Early stages Grim Dawn. Without merits, no inventory space. You know, we in Grim Dawn we start out with the Diablo 2 inventory space, but unlike PoE, we can actually end up with a legitimate amount of inventory space. Well, I'll be. We actually have 3 Slith necklaces. That never happens. I mean, I think anyone playing. I know if I was going to seriously play PoE, I would have bought inventory bags if they were available. 100%. Wait, we can't pick up a serrated spike because we don't have inventory space. That's pretty. Yeah. All right, we'll get to the flooded passage rift gate, then we'll go back and pick up the slith ring and sell some stuff along the way. Uniquely welcome in. When you say single use, do you mean one only character wide and not account wide, Viley, or what?
I'm still waiting for one of.
All right, we have the scrap, but let's mostly just sell stuff. 25% poison res. That's. I think that's pretty good early on. We'll keep the Milton helm because that's actually probably good for. It's a terrible roll, but we also don't have a helm yet, so. Oh, okay. You mean it's like it would be league based then, Viley? Okay, but I guess I'm confused when it's account based, but it's single use, single purchase. The single use, single purchase seems like you only get the benefit once. So maybe I'm just misreading the message. Okay, so limiting the amount of that you could the amount you could purchase. So like you can have basically unlimited stash tabs, but you wouldn't be able to have unlimited inventory space. I think I get it now. Yeah, that's reasonable. So that basically inventory is slightly less of a pain in the ass, but not just something that you can completely ignore. Still, all right, we got some nice. Hmm. Wait, guys, is this new? I could have sworn the low level slithering was 12, 12, 12, and this is telling me it can go up to 18. Like, I'm almost positive this is new. That the slithering has a range of outcomes. I mean, SSF run Violet, you get an early ring with Poison Vit and Eliorez. That's pretty darn good, I think. But yeah, fair enough. To each their own. But it seems too good to pass up for early resistances. Like at that point, you typically have no rings or anything. We're still going to use the Milton Helm when we are the right level for it because Aetherez against Warden is going to be more useful than whatever that random drop was. But now at least we have something on our helm or on our head. Let's see what we're doing devotion-wise here. All right, start with turtle. Look, that's the standard play. Yeah, Resistance of Zeal is nice early, that definitely. Yeah, it's funny watching this debate in chat. Just we very clearly all have our own methods and things that we find useful, especially SSF. I mean, my take on the Slith necklaces is you're typically killing a bunch of them anyway, so Flooded Passage, sometimes you can even get 3 necklaces there on the way to the Shambler. So you might as well just pick up the necklaces and get a quick easy ring.
Move along now.
Uh, I don't kill the heroes in the Arkovian Undercity or bother with Killarian, typically. On an SSF run, I might do the extra shrine down there, but I don't really care too much about it. Violet Cronley Gallus. Yeah, fair. And the problem with the Vyloth ring early on normal is you're going to get absolutely garbage low level affixes, and sometimes you just get pretty much no resistances out of it. So the Slith ring is better than the low level Vyloth ring in my opinion. All right, let's turn off yellows. But the Cromley ring, if it gets any resistance roll, is almost always going to be better than the Slith ring. Except for specific resistances. But Hey, Frosty Dark. No news on FOA really. I mean, we're still holding on to the possibility that it'll be released by end of June, but we don't really know. Like they haven't given us an actual release date. They've just sort of slowly hinted at things. You know, you might really need that poison res sometimes, Violet. So, revered rovers shouldn't be totally overlooked. Getting some great mutant bludgeons for when I never level with cooldown force wave. Oh yeah, we put the Milton helm on because we want that Aether res.
Well, I'll be.
I don't think rescuing Ulgrim is really worth anything, but I mean, we don't have fast travel in SSF, so he's kind of still on the way. I think in general, see totem, click totem, but yeah, 3 scrap is a very nice reward at low levels.
The captain send you over. Well, this.
Up to 9 souls. Well, that is kind of actually worth it. I mean, that's actually the one argument for best argument I think for Killarian is getting the souls. Though you're not going to do the Killarian shrine when you're speed leveling. It's going to take too much time. So that's sort of an SSF only thing, in my opinion. Or if you don't care, or if you're not trying to level super fast, then you just want to chill with XP pots and slowly get to 94. Alright, let's avoid that. Not that we really have to avoid his Sunder, but okay, these have definitely better. Dominators of the Void. I mean, it's more armor, but it's such low level armor. Who cares? Cutthroats of Mending is a tiny bit of Aether Res. This is not that good. Yeah, if you want to speed level, you just have to ignore the voice that tells you all the stuff you're not doing. Speed leveling really is about just knowing what's the most efficient to do on the lower difficulties, and then ultimately just playing the game on ultimate. Ultimately playing the game on ultimate. Well, that's awkward language.
You're back. That's good work there, but Warden Creed.
All right, I was supposed to do this. Classic newbie mistake.
What do you want?
All right, friendly. That should get us the fabric quest.
What's with I?
Wrong entrance. No, never stream Grim Dodd. Night Shard Shield works on Acid DE Sentinel. See, I can trigger Morndale just by using Revenant and Serenity. Although this build doesn't do that, but it does, however, use Tree, which might be worse. And besides, it's all in good fun. To mute myself for a second, I figure no one wants me sneezing into the microphone. Gilder's Polarizer. Yeah, that's one of those items that's looks interesting, and then you try to make something work with it, and you say, "Oh, right, that's why I don't try to make something work with this." But hey, if you can make it work, then more power to you. I'm sure there are builds that you can do with it. I haven't come across anything that I've liked when I've grim tooled it. I don't really like to look at what other people do unless I've already come up with a build concept. It's like once you've come up with something that you're happy with, you can figure out if there are slight improvements you can make. But starting out looking at someone else's build, it's like you're doing nothing yourself, and that's, to me, that's kind of unsatisfying. The joy part of the joy of this game is the way you can theory craft and make pretty much anything work. I mean, TSS is a rough skill to use in general. I wish it wasn't because I love it in theory, but like when it comes down to it, your sustain is pretty much garbage. Yeah, but I find if you're reaching out to Behemoth and Tree to get regen versus to supplement your regen and get amazing regen, the cost benefit ratio is a bit higher. And if you when you have stupid amounts of regen, you're basically unkillable if you don't get one shot. If you're taking an, a regen as opposed to damage devotion path just to get passable regen, you're kind of gimping yourself. So it's a little bit hard. But yeah, I think TSS has by far the worst sustain and support for sustain of any Arcanist skill. Like Kaldur's Tempest does weapon damage, so you're basically set. Aether Ray has the Pulsing Shard, also has Essence of the Grim Dawn, which granted that's a random legendary drop, but you have an MI that gives you sufficient leech. A while ago, I came up with a Panetti's Mage Hunter build. I think there's a gun that gives you leech to Panetti's. I'm trying to remember what it's called, but it's a Panetti's item, so I don't remember. I think you can dual wield those guns and do some other stuff. It looked interesting. Hevel's greatsword is definitely starting to fall off. Some more points in physique. I hate Dryad. It's a strong statement, but it's so awkward to use. The affinity it gives you is garbage, and you destroy so many devotion paths by having to stick 5 points into something that gives you what 3 yellows. Or did they change that at one point? So if the Dryad would be a lot better if it wasn't just awful for affinity. Like, I would even use it, but oh, it's cheaper than tree for sure. Yeah, it's also much. Well, I guess Dryad is if you have good regen, tree is so much more powerful. I think tree is more powerful in general, but yeah, you need to go pretty far out of your way to get tree. Whereas dryad, you at least theoretically, if you have a bit, if you can afford a bit of inefficient affinity, and I understand why you'd use it. It's just it makes so many devotion setups more difficult.
I've been expecting. Why won't you die? When I'm done with you, I will crush your friends at Devil's Crossing. You're strong. Now, I will demonstrate my true power. Stand still so I don't crush you. I'll see what's left of my wares. Is it finished? The warden's defeat is a... So you must be high before...
All right, let's. We've got Primal Strike soft capped at the moment. That's a start. I think we refund the. So let me check my endgame devotion setup. Endgame devotion setup has the yellow crossroads, so we might as well keep it. Although, yeah, no, we're gonna get rid of it for now. We'll add it back later. Yeah, we need so we've got Viper. So we're gonna take the red and the green crossroads. We'll take Viper and Scholar's Light, and then we'll go Behemoth. Just curious. Random two-handed weapons. Just. I mean, it just feels bad to buy these. It feels really bad to buy some hot garbage two-hander. So, we're not going to. Alright, let's go to Forgotten Gods. Yeah, yellow and red are good for health, that is true. And I can see Ultimate Only Krieg being a bit of a bear. Alright, so just sell some stuff too while we're here. Yeah. Stellar Shield. So Fire Res. Yeah. It's more armor, but not really worth keeping, I don't think. Okay, Shroud of Incantations has skill disruption, protection. This has poison, bleed. Yeah. If it's not an obvious upgrade, we're just gonna get rid of it. Alright, we'll keep the Bloodsworn Scepter just to have a low level one of those for our stash for some point. Get the lore notes. Remember to pick Salile. Yeah, I probably will pick them.
The emissary warned me of your...
I could hear the back. Ah, yes.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, the ruins of a bid, the triple bosses have a decent shot of a Storm Halberd as well.
Serve the. So,
It occurs to me I've never tried this dialogue when we haven't met Vigil or Kaimon yet. Wow. He's really rude. Incorruptible, bloodsworn, signet of vitality. That's an item. I mean, it's a pet item, right? So you ideally want pet affixes, but I guess if your character is limited in defenses, it's pretty good. All right, guys. My dog has pushed her way through my door, so I'm gonna let her out, take care of her, refresh my coffee. So I'll be back in about 5 or so. Well, Incorruptible will definitely work for fixing the Aether Res at least. Your back surely has been fed. Alright. We're gonna have to farm for a bit for this halberd, but it's also something you want to get as soon as possible, so such is life. Welcome in, Morndale. McRib, welcome in. I'll post the theory behind this build, and whether we go all in trying to get this stuff is another question, but this is an SSF run, so legendaries are not a guarantee. Of course. Alright, I'm trying to debate now. Obviously, we put more points long term in Wind Devil and the Primal Strike line. Stormcaller's Pact is very good. I'm not sure it's going to be better in the intermediate term than getting Vindictive Flame. Especially once we get the Halberd, which has all the buffs to Vindictive Flame as well. So I think we're going to pick our second mastery earlier than normal. And we'll be a... Alright, clap. I don't really want to get clapped. It's normal, but I have some respect for the mobs. Yeah, I think it really is the best for this build. So I was saying we might do a bit longer of a SSF run just because if we're going to go for the conduit, we need to farm a bunch of blooms and iron. And it could be a little bit painful. But the conduit probably does make the build. And it is worth trying, I think. Like, once you have the conduit, you can also farm the legendaries too. So I can put some points in Mog Pact for health and energy regen. The fizz damage will convert to lightning once we get the Storm Halberd. Let's try not to stand in poison. Welcome in, Asimovi. Ulo is a cheap, easy way to get nullification, and we have the 3 points to take it. So why not? And if you're talking about the Grim Tools Vile. I mean, you do get a bunch of OA and damage from Korvac. That's fair. But we'll see what happens with the rolls we get on MIs and things like that. Because if we desperately need the OA, we can always alter it. But if I can have a nullification ability, I tend to like to take that. But yeah, if 5% OA makes a huge difference, then sure. Yeah, it's sound is often on the lower side. It's turned up to the maximum setting, but yeah, the microphone, the better microphone, while it works well for recording, for whatever reason for streaming, it's just not as effective as the headset. So I may have to just get a better headset at some point, but I mean, I would like better headphones, so that may be something to invest in for just in general, not even for the stream, but just to have. All right, let's see. Primal Strike does about 29 max 2900 damage. I put this random garbage two-hander on that we found, and our damage is gonna go way up. Formidable of protection. I think these are better. Aggressive of butchery. We lose the. Yeah, we don't need more Ellie res. We need the poison res is definitely more urgent. As is Pierce res, but. Alright, Shroud of Incantations. The Clerics of Frostbite might be better. Slowly. Okay, we have no bleed res, vit res. We do have corpse dust, so we can apply a couple of these to fix vit res a tiny bit. Aether, Chaos are a disaster. Pierce is a disaster. Bleed is non-existent, but I barely have time to do this stream, let alone some ASMR stream, guys. Oh, God, that requires 10 points in demo. I mean, it's true. It is the internet, so we can believe whatever we want as long as we saw it in a meme, and especially if we saw it on a website that has a suspiciously similar URL to a legitimate website. CBS.com, that's fake news, but CBS.org, you can definitely trust them. I'm too normal to stream Grim Dawn. I do have my unfortunate brushes with normality. This is not entirely inaccurate. All right, let's. What do we need for this shrine? Battered shell. Do we have a battered shell? We do not. Unless I'm not seeing it. So, yeah, we can't do this shrine. Oh well. Look at the sun is at a very awkward angle right now. It's kind of shining close to my eyes. Which is not great for trying to avoid dying in hardcore. But we'll be fine. So, to be fair, the fake news comment was tongue in cheek, and I think there was at one point a CBS.org or something that was designed to look like CBS that was essentially entirely a propaganda front, but, you know, the URL was similar enough. So, just to be perfectly clear, I'm referencing that and not actually endorsing the concept of fake news. Yeah, so, some of the propagandists are getting more slick these days, which is a problem. I mean, it's basically the propaganda equivalent of a phishing scam. You know, the phishing scam, they create a website that looks suspiciously similar to whatever banking or other site you go on, and then it looks legitimate, so you click on it and they steal your information. It's basically the same thing, but instead they lie to you. Now I have no idea if that happened to be shut down or what resulted, but that was a real thing. I'm really glad I'm not on TikTok, but yeah, the combination of what bad people can do with AI, even now, which is going to get worse, and the low degree of social trust and rising political polarization, which makes people more likely to believe the worst about people they disagree with. It's probably not going to end well. It's like, so now you're not just responding to what people you disagree with and don't like have actually done. You're responding to stuff they haven't even done, but you convinced yourself was true because, well, it's easy to believe bad things about people you don't like, so you don't apply the same level of scrutiny that you would if you or someone you cared about was being criticized. Okay, Aether, slow res. Nah. Obviously, shields and one-handers are not anything we're keeping. Still no metal. I mean, I guess eventually we get a Martin or a Balthazar, but we're not there yet. James McKay, yeah, that does not surprise me that people do that, and it's kind of frightening. Yeah, so you're going to have a generation of people who has basically never. Oh, old man yells at cloud incoming, but you're going to have a generation of people who have never had to do legitimate cognitive work, who lack critical thinking skills because they outsource them to an AI, and these people eventually are going to want to run the country. Uh, Kibitz, have you watched the show Person of Interest? Because, fuck Samaritan. Yep, and at and at some point, AI is going to start training itself based on really bad content on the internet, which is not going to be good for everyone. Yeah. All right, let's reset. Try another run through the temple city of Osir for a storm halberd. We can only do so many runs before I get impatient. So we might just have to advance the vanguard in the ruins and kill the bosses. Yeah, I mean, I think having GPS means you don't have to. If you're traveling somewhere, you don't need to print out a map and do some of that stuff. But your own local area, you should know well, and you shouldn't depend on GPS for like the place you're going to be most often. Like that, you should just intuitively know. Let's see if any mobs want to have a storm halberd. We'll go down to the second floor again, and if one doesn't drop, we'll advance it. Rift Gate, because I'm not going to continue leveling without a storm halberd any longer than I have to. It's just pain with no actual benefit. Let's Yeah, that's also fair, James. Technology does break or malfunction, and being completely helpless when that happens is not ideal. Okay, none of you have the halberd. We'll come up here, we'll get the shrine, and then we'll keep pushing through a bit of Forgotten Gods. And the thing is, the more people use, especially younger people use AI, the less they're going to be able to use anything else. It's like, and it's infecting everything. Google is worse now that it tries to push AI on you. Because the thing is, you're using Google to find a link for an article or something. Well, you find the link, you read the article, you have an actual article, versus I don't want an AI summary. One, because if I'm doing research for a book or something, if you can't copyright AI generated content anyway, so you need to find the actual legitimate source. And sorry, lost my train of thought for a second. And two, yeah, I want actual sources. I don't I mean, I don't trust AI to tell me what's actually going on because it hallucinates and it has other problems. But yeah, now you have companies advising people on how to monitor what AI is saying about them. I'm going to read that later. I loaded it up on my computer. Thanks, Wiley. I mean, I think so. The thing is, there's an ethos in Silicon Valley which is basically break it first, ask questions later. And if the thing you're breaking is relatively small, like, oh, how do you do a search on the internet? That's not that big of a deal, especially since there are going to be alternatives that people can turn to. But when the thing you're breaking is basically how civilization works, you can be creating a much deeper problem. Yeah, I've read about that, James. I used to practice corporate law, so I have some affinity for that discussion. But yeah, if you're using AI and it makes up a case in your legal brief, that's incredibly stupid. Like I don't. It's unfathomable to me how you would ever submit something to a court that you hadn't fully vetted. If not disbarment, at least suspension, Viley. But Yeah, and I mean, also following news about Supreme Court cases and things along those lines, it's very clear how many people don't actually understand how to read a legal opinion, and yet they're writing commentary on it. And oral arguments is even worse. It's like people think that if a Supreme Court justice asks one possibly difficult question, that he's going to rule against the side. Where that's not how it works, guys. It's Supreme Court justices are going to ask difficult questions of both sides, almost always. Yeah, AI has some positive use cases in moderation. Um, Overbuilt, welcome in. Yeah, AI is very confidently wrong when it's wrong. I mean, that's you're not wrong. You're not wrong about that, James. But I guess I've also learned to say I don't have enough. I don't know enough about this topic to have an opinion, and a lot of people haven't learned to say that, so they're trying to come up with some insight when they don't have anything to offer. Which I guess is a general internet problem, which gets worse when having relevant knowledge is more important. Geez, we haven't. What what is going on with this energy situation? This is so bad. I did, but it's on cooldown. It's cooldown primal strike. It's every 3 seconds. It shouldn't be that bad. Oh well.
Serve the
You're looking smug. Use more back.
AI has definitely come a long way. It's going to continue to come a long way, but I think there are absolutely very reasonable concerns. As like the yeah, concerns with AI, concerns with social media. Gosh, the two of them together has a recipe for disaster. And of course, the proponents of AI are going to tell us that there's nothing to worry about. But I mean, the tobacco companies told us that smoking was safe 60 years ago. So maybe the people who benefit from us using their product shouldn't be the people we trust in general to tell us whether the product is good or not. All right. Let's get a little more energy regen. Oh, do we have an ectoplasm? Yeah. Okay, that needs to happen. I don't know why I was holding off on that. Yeah, garbage in, garbage out is always is going to be a problem. Draenor, welcome in. Yeah, lightning is fun. Okay. Okay, Scholar's Light is going to give me energy regen with one more shrine. So put some points in spirit as well.
Riken seems don't worry.
And of course, there's always the issue of the massive wholesale intellectual property theft that's going on in the name of so-called progress. One could argue that Sam Altman is the greatest thief in the history of humankind. Slightly bold statement, but I don't think it's inaccurate. That is true, Viley. I think that's a general human thing more broadly. The people who want power are usually the ones you don't want to give it to. Well, they don't acquire it, James. Just to be perfectly blunt, they steal it, and they don't attribute really credit their sources or anything. It's a massive plagiarism operation. What's our 10% chaos res? Yeah, this is a good idea. Let's just get this item, get out of here. Get the Storm Halberd, we'll get the Gaullus Rings. Eventually this build will come online. Ooh, let's not die to this stupid trash mob. We are so ZDPS right now. Because once we get the Storm Halberd, it should be pretty good, but... I don't want to die. Good lord, that was horrible. Oh, Morndale, that's the kind of the idea. I don't know how hard I'm going to go into this in terms of rolling the conduit and such, but that is the concept. Yeah, this is admittedly rough.
The witch gods are united in this very...
I'm not gonna disagree with that, Farnsworth, but we at least are about to get to a point where we have access to the MI we need. It's still going to take some time because they don't necessarily always have what you're looking for, but at least they're bosses, so they have better odds. Alright. Yeah, there's a shrine here as well. I mean, you lose damage by taking tree, but you get a ton of regen, so we're leaning into survivability. Damage will be what it is. Alright, we got the Rift Gate. Just get 2 Gallus rings with Nature's Bounty, right? Good luck with that. Well, Morndale, you have to look at it this way. I didn't take Revenant. I forget what I did for my Reaping Arc build with the Lucius. I mean, yes, the fact that I can't afford it played a role, but also it's a regen build, so the lifesteal is less important, and Blackwater Cocktail gives me the flat RR. But since someone asked about the binder, I will find that. Oh no, the Tree of Life I took on the Theo weapon build. I don't. I could be wrong. I could be misremembering, but I don't think I did it on the binder. But let's see. What did we do on the spell binder? I mean, maybe we did. You know, it was Veilkeeper, so I probably did. Yep. Fair enough. So yeah, this is the I mean, it still had good damage. And regen was absolutely insane. Okay, they don't have the halberd reset. At least we're with bosses, so the second we see the halberd, we can get one. I mean, you can get such stupid amounts of regen with Veilkeeper set. It's pretty wild. Morndale can only take so many builds with tree in one sitting. Uh, oh god, the rocks. Triple bosses. God, this is such a miserable experience. Okay, let's not die. Wow. Avoid the rocks. Charged of blood. And we are going to get out of there. Fartsworth. Requires level 24. Of course it does. Alright. You know what? We have a halberd. So let's go into Act 2. And we're going to go into Act 2 with 29% Pierce Res, because why not? Welcome in, Miso. I 100% believe that's the only nice thing you would say about this build concept, Morndale. And I will fully admit it's a rough start, but... And yes, we are going to switch to cooldown Primal Strike. I was considering leveling... Or sorry, we'll switch to spam. Probably I was considering leveling with just cooldown. But I don't think I can do that. Alright, let's get the next Rift Gate and come back. thing is, endgame we are going to use cooldown Primal Strike because we have Blackwater Cocktail and Vindictive Flame. So we'll be able to kill mobs with lightning. I don't know. I don't think I swear enough to be Magifer. At least, I don't swear enough at Grim Dawn. I'll swear about AI and the decline of civilization, but that's a separate issue. Yeah, this isn't the Stormheart build. I saw the I saw the buff to the Storm Halberd, and I wanted to try playing that as an Elementalist. So we'll do this first. We'll do Stormheart after we finish this one. But yes, that is correct. I'll remove the cooldown when we get the next level. Well, if we're torturing Morndale, then it's all worth it, guys. Okay, I don't want Elemental to fizz, so that's useless. What's up, Master Halls? Welcome in. How close are we to having the Storm Halberd? 6,000 XP. Did he... Is there not dynamite by him? Alright, well, there's got to be dynamite somewhere here. Isn't that supposed to be a guaranteed thing? I guess worst case we craft it in Forgotten Gods, but I don't want to do that. Oh no, we do have a dynamite. I'm just blind. Well, we have 3 royal jelly. Calls PRM, RPM. Okay. Here's the thing. 92% attack speed is pretty crappy, right? So Primal Strike does 6590 damage. Has a cooldown of 2 seconds. I'm not convinced this is that much better, honestly. But we'll go with it for the moment. We are going to push for Olzuin's Wrath. God, what are we linking here? Yeah, classic Mike Vick. Yeah. And we have one frozen heart, so we can do this shrine. Very good. Yep. Uh, Behemoth. Okay, we can refund the green crossroads, I guess. Yeah, let's go refund the green crossroads. Then we can get Behemoth a little bit sooner. I don't recall Fick ripping to maggots. Envy did that, and I know Armored Otter did that back in the day when he didn't quite understand how he was supposed to do the maggot fight. He just like took off all of his gear and then insta ripped when all of the maggots charged him, and he failed to kill the one. Yeah, that was a wild. I mean, yeah, I still don't know what he was thinking. I mean, I understand you don't want to have damaging abilities or anything, but you still need to kill the mob. Wait. Wait, if you have that clip, you have to share that clip, Farnsworth. Because I've never seen that.
Keep your weapons right.
All right, let me get the next rift gate, and then I have to look at this clip.
Yay. The frick. Shit. Frick. Shit.
What? How? How is that even possible?
My buffs. I didn't have my buffs up. Or any of my... I was like, why am I dying so badly? I don't have any of my buffs up.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, I was going to say, I thought she only killed him on softcore. So I was surprised. That would have been that would have been that would have been funnier if it was hardcore. But... And to be fair, it was a wasp boss. It wasn't like some random trash mob. I thought it was an hour Ravager kill. I was there for the first 10-15 minutes, and like I can't watch this. And I found out later that Ravager had eventually died. Yeah, that's why they brought in the Rude Girls is 100% responsible for the 22-minute kill limit in the Grim Dawn League. Also true, Viley. That boss can be a bit of a problem if you don't know what you're doing. All right, actually, I'll be right back, guys. So basically what happens is if you don't kill the boss in 22.5 minutes or so, Kibitz, it goes back to full health. That was another good one, Farnsworth. Yeah, you don't get the points because you don't kill the boss because their health resets. It's not like, oh, you took too long to kill the boss, we're not counting it. It's you take too long, they get all their health back. Fire Sentinel. Oathkeeper and Occultist both have Fire Shred. That's
Dog has come barking. You should.
there are worse concepts probably. Ember's calling Fire DEE. Yeah, I think that is a thing. Unyielding of Mending. Alright, let's we have an Aether Cluster now. Put that in the bar. Okay, so the Cronley ring is going to have a bunch of Pierce and Aetherez, which is definitely better than what we currently have. So let's go Corpse Dust. There we go. Balthazar Crest has a bunch of health, both percent health, but no resistances. Did we not pick up the Martin medal, or am I just not seeing it in all the chaos that is my inventory? Oh, there it is. Okay. The Martin Metal also has no resistances, but +3 Thermite Mine will be useful eventually. Yeah, Magifer tortured himself, and it's 100% on him. Alright, and now we can start on Behemoth once we get more devotion points.
Well, damn it, now that
I think a battered shell is what I needed for the Forgotten Gods shrine, so maybe we'll go grab that quickly.
Come, friend, right to business.
Alright, let's actually go to Forgotten Gods for a second. I'm going to buy some augments for the metal.
come see what's left of my wares. See you around.
Still have 0% bleederize. Wow. Wardstone. Okay, 18, 12, 12, so 30 Aether Crystals. So we're going to have a Wardstone and a Runestone. Alright, Runestone goes in Helm. Wardstone goes in Metal. Our resistances are still a disaster. Yeah, I think Silk Swash in the shoulders is probably a good idea. So resilient plating. Let's just make sure, yeah, we can do that, and then it's just a resilient plating. Do we have a serrated spike? Yeah, we got 2 of those. Okay. Unholy inscription. Do we have one of those yet? Doesn't appear to be the case, unless I'm just not seeing it. But all right, let's sell some stuff as well. Um. I think we take this for the chaos res, and we will we'll take the silk swatch off this and put it on the other thing. Hey, Prickly, welcome in. Sorry, I just saw you. I was distracted a bit. Alright, so Pierce, top row of resistances are looking good. Bottom row of resistances are looking not awful. So that's a start. Eventually we'll get a better belt and we'll slap an anti-venom salve on it, which will fix the poison res, but... Hang on. There you go. I've got it open in a browser window, so it's easy enough to copy and paste. Just let the enemies cook in the cocktail and Vindictive Flame. I mean, Blackwater Cocktail does okay damage. I mean, if stuff dies slowly, we're regenning anyway, so we should be fine. Alright, we're going to get the Rift Gate, and then I might go down to check out Killerian. Thing is, we were going to eventually need a soul. It's a bit sketchy with our Vitres, though, is the only area of concern. It's not stand-ins. Well, look at that. He dropped a soul. A couple more devotion points. We'll get the behemoth proc. And some extra armor and health. Yeah. A lot of the Killorian drops end up being sort of confused items like that. Okay, so this belt is just a straight upgrade. I don't really care about the cold res, but the aether res is nice, and it's more armor. Plus 300 health. Yeah, it was Violet Hat for the Sentinel. Ember's Calling set, Blaze Heart. Dreeg's Evil Eye. Acid and Vit to Fire, yep. Yeah, Rana Prax, I guess, makes sense for the weapon damage. Crimson Lotus. Vulnerability. All seems reasonable. Alright, so we want Blast Shield and Thermite Mine. We also want Stormcaller's Pact. Frankly, we could also just use some more health and flat lightning damage. So maybe we actually throw a few points into Brute Force. I mean, we're already at 2 masteries by level 27, so we can't expect to just have everything we want in one of them yet. Level 40 or so, we'll have Blast Shield, Thermite Mine be working towards Stormcaller's Pact and working on some of the other Shaman buffs. Okay, not being able to see because of monitor glare is kind of rough here. Yeah, like I literally can't see some of the ground effects right now. Yeah. This is... Not being able to see is not ideal. Yeah. Yeah. That was rough. Just the monitor glare coming in. It's like the sun is just in such an awkward position right now. I have to do something about that for for next stream, because that's going to get me killed at some point. Probably not a normal, I would hope, but I've had a Storm Halberd for a little bit, Kibitz. But yeah, the Storm Halberd definitely makes a difference.
I came upon.
Yeah. Glacial of Blight. Nice triple rare. I hate the pathing in here so much. So wait, hold on a sec. What does Icrix give me? Okay, nothing. I thought it might have had points to Ulzwin's Wrath, but it doesn't. It's another item I pretty much never use. When in doubt, blame Xantai is fair advice for a lot of Grim Dawn stuff. I mean, I guess it goes the other way. When in doubt, credit to Xantai. Except for the stuff that they copied from the Community League, of course. That is a credit to Rekt, or probably Rekt, because I think he did most of the items. Stan made the horribly unbalanced boss fights. Alright. Drop a portal here. Okay, we have the dynamite to blow the path to Pine Barrens. Okay, so this is just... We lose a little bit of health, but we get way more armor, more pierce res. more elemental res, not that we need it, and better stun res. To be fair, getting Nemesis with Barrow Home is really easy. Like, you don't... You go through that Barrow Home mine 5 times and you're pretty much there. Welcome back, Morndell. Yeah, the at least the living you have a 1/3 chance of a living ring from Sylvaria. I mean, it could be worse, but yeah, living ring farming can be a little bit rough sometimes. Wait. Remembering we don't actually have to talk to these guys. Just do the quest and then hand them in. Alright, so there's a pretty good chance that when we get our first Gallus ring, it'll be level 36, so we won't be able to equip it. .1% chance to get a cooldown affix on the Vampiric Bone Wall. Yeah, just either don't try or GD stash. And don't GD stash. Only Dale and the forum users. Alright, we now have Behemoth. Which means we've got 6 and 7. I think we probably take the resist reduction devotion next. Unfortunately, you can't use Stormbox on an Elementalist, though, Farnsworth, so I do think that leveling a Vindicator would be easier. You just go with the Ulraprax Amulet and... I mean, Primal Strike leveling is fine when you have the MI, but... It was admittedly rough before we got the MI. Yeah, we're not doing that. I mean, realistically, what would you have me level with as an Elementalist?
These are
Stunjacks? We're not auto attacking anymore. We're using spam Primal Strike. We just have no attack speed.
so how do good.
Oh, we didn't get the Smuggler's Pass Rift. Oh well. Yeah, I will eventually put more points in the other nodes of Primal Strike vilely, but we also do want to eventually get Blast Shield and Thermite Mines.
I wasn't sure you'd. I wish I'm going to check.
I'll skip the pleasant. The Legion is split on.
The Gaullus Rings will help too. Vindictive Flame will give more attack speed. Mog Pact will give flat damage that gets converted. This will eventually be fine. But we did learn, I suspected that cooldown Primal Strike was not going to feel good at low levels, and I was correct. But we tried it. You know, I think we're going to take Kraken first. I think that's going to be better than the Lightning RR Devo. So we get more attack speed, we get more damage. And then once we have Kraken, we will take Widow. Actually, we can refund, I think, the Red Crossroads now. And get another point in Kraken.
What troubles you? Stay strong.
Alright, now we are out of dynamite. Gain five levels while farming. Yeah, that happens. Okay, what does Gallus have for us? Thunderstruck of Celerity, that could be worse. Pierce Aether Elemental Res, it's not terrible. Casting speed does nothing for me, but it's still good. Let's see. Ancient of Alacrity requires level 36. That's kind of interesting. What's good for Thermite Mines, Morndale? Sorry, I missed. Oh, Celerity. Yeah, okay. I mean, you still rather have Alacrity for Primal Strike attacking more often, but at least it's not totally wasted. That's fair. So after we kill the amalgamation, we're going to reset and do a quick farming run. We'll try to get a second Gallus ring. See if we can get a level 32 Storm Halberd for more damage. Ideally better affixes. And maybe Martin's Crest, see if we can get one with resistances on it. So I feel like the +3 of Thermite Mine is a reasonable thing to have leveling on a metal. So we should get to level 32 before we end. Hopefully get some gear upgrades.
reported. Just the person. There are two other.
The one you call.
Okay, so Martin, Gallus, and Stormhalberd. Stalwart of Mending. It's really not great, is it? Alright, let's go for Gallus again. I have a feeling that I'll be spending a bit of time farming Gallus, but that's alright. Okay, level 32. And Thermite Mines, so get Thermite Mines on the bar. Now we have Blast Shield. It's only one pointed, but still something. Now we can put some more points in the other nodes of Primal Strike, really get that damage and AoE up. That's actually a reasonable suggestion, and frankly, that would work well on things like TV shows, where if you turn the volume down so the music isn't blaring, then you can't hear dialogue. Just shaman things, Draenora. Was it really even that much? Well, it's shaman things And I guess Kraken helps. And we do have Behemoth as well. So that's going to contribute. Lightbringers of Mending. Was Lightbringers do anything? Alright, let's go Forgotten Gods, see if we can maybe get lucky with a Storm Halberd. Alright, so we get one Storm Halberd at least. Yeah, let's dodge the rocks. Charged of Corrosion. I mean... Really? Alright. Hey, Envy, welcome in. Catching us at the very end. Yes, Tree of Triggering Morndale. Okay, so this isn't a higher level one, so this just gets, I guess I can vendor it. 200 iron bits. Pathetic. I try one or two more times. I want to get a level 32 Storm Halberd. And I guess we can try again for get resistances on a Martin medal. Since we did reset the game. I'll be wrapping up within 10 minutes if anyone wants to stream and get raided. Okay, it's level 35. It's level 35 because of the affix and not the eye level. Pain. All right. We'll try Martin again, and then we'll try for the Storm Halberd. Those are just a couple of basic things I would like to have. And Martin, of course, is going to be in the furthest location, and he's probably not going to give us a good drop either. Pet build incoming. See Roy, welcome in. Although, to be fair, Morndale is doing an SSF pet build I thought I saw. I was lurking the other day. It was I don't know if it's surprising, but it's not his usual playstyle. I like the Virusmite one, so Mighty of Scorched Ends. But yeah, I mean a blitz rune is fine, but I like the flexibility of Virusmite. Okay, Mighty of Scorched Ends gives a tiny bit of Chaos Res. We lose some health, but it's fine. And we get +3 Thermite Mine. We'll take the Wardstone off. And throw this on. All right. I mean, the Martin Crest isn't great, but having Thermite Mine at 4 for a 1-pointer for the time being is pretty nice. Hell, we're respected with Solisle. We could do bounties if we wanted to. Not that we want to. Okay, let's see if we get a level 32 item Storm Halberd. Or no one has one. Okay. We have a storm halberd. Whether it'll be good or not, we will find out. Yeah, it's a slight up. It's a slight upgrade still. I guess we take it. But it's not really amazing. Yeah, 2021 was it? Yeah, 20 also gives you the I think 5 Eldritch Essence as a reward, if I'm remembering correctly. Okay, Unholy Inscription would give us some leech, which is probably good for sustain. I think that's better than attack speed for this build, so yeah, we'll take the Unholy Inscription. We'll take a bit more of it in Bleed Res. We're almost done with Kraken, then we'll work on Widow next. Anyway, I think this is where we call it. Let's see who's on. I'll get the level 32 Grim Tools. We'll be continuing this build tomorrow, of course. Alrighty. Looks like Teppy just went live, so that may be perfect timing. I will send you guys over to him. All right, have a good one, guys, and I will see you next time.